Good afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So today we're back to more Great Ace Attorney, still working on the fourth case of the second game. Last time, we discovered that Mr. Gossip was in fact the missing husband that Sholmes passed the buck on to us for finding, and he's been working with Inspector Gregson since he got fired. And we tried to force him to remember why he got fired, and he broke down and is now in hospital. So we've got some investigation again. And we just finished up here, so next place down, off to the prison to see Van Zieks. Second. I don't know where I got the other two from. 2nd of November. Local prison, cell 1. Lord Van Zieks is reading, look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Yeah, I think he's trying to ignore us. Oh. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet a lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Hmm? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? No? He's being nice? Lord Van Zieks, speaking earnestly! Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow! This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? Hey Nick, I'm good, how are you? What do you mean by played the part of the Reaper, Van Zieks? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? Yeah, those were some unlucky faults. I regret trying to pull for that SR, because now Jack's birthday is coming up real soon, and I am worried about my gem hoard. It's not big enough to hit pity. But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? That's true, I'll get one free tenfold. And I've got over 10 single keys. Which means I still need a few more gems, you see, to be able to have pity. And then I don't necessarily have the stuff to pull for Halloween Jack. Ah. Time to grind the Twist Tunes. Yeah, that's true. I still have gems I haven't gotten from the Twist Tunes yet. So I can probably scrape together the gems. I just think I won't be pulling for the Halloween Jack SR until I've pulled for the birthday one. For the birthday SSR. Basically. Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Oh, you think it's more than one person? Ah! It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that they're part of the judiciary or the police? That somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Excuse me while I bring back my theory on Inspector Gregson being the Reaper. Tom, Jack and Bertie Ruggie. I think I use that duo a lot. Yeah, you're right, it's funny. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. I was right! No! No! Gregson? The Reaper? I worked it out in advance. I worked it out in advance. Because why else would Van Zieks have been investigating Gregson? Why would he be following him? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh! Just imagine the judge. Nah, I'm thinking... Actually, maybe not the top prosecutor. You think Scythe? I mean, Scythe could have been covering up actual causes of death for them, potentially. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Yep, because that's where all that information about the Reaper's victims was. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings, then. Actually, I do have a name. Van Zeeks, you know who the assassin is? Tell us. Tell us. You... what? Well, if you can name them, then, you have the true identity of the Reaper already, then. Or if I can name the woman. Oh. She's a young woman by the name of Oh, that's just too blatant a pun. What? She's a young woman by the name of Assassin. That's too obvious a pun! What? What? I mean, by her name, she's also Japanese. Wait. What? Shin? Wait. Do we have something about a shin somewhere? Or are we just saying this because it sounds Japanese? Yeah, please let that be a code name, because that's too obvious. Oh! Wait, Jezail Brett? I forgot that was her name! Miss Asa Shin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. But isn't she dead? Well, I guess... What? What? She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. Yes, because we still haven't told our good friend here that her dad is dead. Which, you know, we should really be doing. Like, the longer it takes for us to tell her dad is dead, the more mad she's going to be at us. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Assassin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. But wait. She can't have been behind all of the Reaper of the Bailey murders. Because someone else has to have killed the rich Irish man. Because she was still over in Japan at that time. Someone else has to have done the setting fire to the carriage thing. Yeah, I was gonna say, there has to be more than one killer. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. Yeah, maybe Gregson did that one himself. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Kenshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Ah, I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? I mean, it could be that you weren't aware of things that your brother was doing. Or it could be that someone else killed your brother. In spite of having once saved mine. Ooh. He saved your life? How did that happen? Yeah, I want to know how that happened. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, nice. It is a nice CG, isn't it? Yeah, it's Van Zleek's alright. We got it. I could hear them murmuring among themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was a Sogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you! All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Yeah, ouch! Ouch, Van Zeeks. You're not so sure that Genshin actually was the Professor? Maybe... Maybe it's the same organization that's now the Reaper of the Bailey. Maybe the same people were behind it. Wait, wasn't Gregson the one with the piece of evidence that linked Genshin to it? Now that's suspicious, given what we now know about Gregson. Wait, could this trial here just be like the whole thing coming full circle again? It's like they killed a bunch of people, then framed someone, and now they've killed a bunch of people and they're framing someone? Like, will something else come out of the woodwork after this? A new name? A new legend? More killing? That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Jezzael Brett? Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Oh, that's a bad idea. Oh, that's a bad idea. I mean, as much as I want Iris to get closure about her father, I'm also dreading it. Because There is no way Susato's dad isn't going to put 2 and 2 together. Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Well, let's, I guess. The Great Waterloo Hotel. Sad Iris incoming. Probably. 2nd of November, Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say? I would say that, yes, Iris. Your tea is top-notch. Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Ah, Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely! What a charming young lady. And you are? Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you? That's me! Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Hey, Hunter. See you after you've done your upload, then. Maybe. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Wait, are you a mind reader like your daughter, sir? Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favour I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Shigoku has got to. Is there anything new to look at around here? I think it's probably, it looks like it's all the same stuff as before. Yeah, okay. converse then. About the Reaper. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumours. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock today. That was Barock, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe. That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths, it was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you just say Assassin? You mean that Jezzael Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no! A friend of yours was killed? Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Here we go! Professor Mikitoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now? Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. So there is no way that I should be clicking this button here. Let's go do the other talky things. So, you mentioned a favour that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. Oh. You want me to do... What? Father! What's the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible, really quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. Oh. So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? No, said Iris for another reason. But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh, yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment, in this matter also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Okay. Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? No, we were trying to avoid Sad Iris and we just found other Sad Iris. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believed to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... Where does that leave me? I've seen Judge Shigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! Ha 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 ha! But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the Great Exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Shigoku having once been in the dock himself? Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Oof. Yeah, that's a bit carried away. Just a bit. Oh my. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah, yes. Talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Oh, what a lovely picture! Someone looks very nervous at the front of that picture there. It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain." The commemorative photograph has been entered into the court record. A photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shigoku's arrival in London for the symposium. None of us had any idea of what was coming when we took that, did we? In the court... Hey, the court record is for stuff that I own. I mean, like, my armband's always in there. The court record is basically my inventory. But it could mean that it's relevant to things, and I was going to take a closer look at it. No, that's so true. Well, I think we've put it off as long as we can. And Iris does deserve to know. Ah, I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. Are we going to send Iris away while we have this conversation? That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes! You just try to leave me behind. Okay, we are avoiding Sad Iris, but we can't avoid Sad Iris forever, and the longer we avoid Sad Iris, the more likely we are to have Mad Iris. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Mad or even worse, just disappointed in you, Iris, right? I don't know if I can deal with that. I mean, then again, Professor Mikatova has offered us an out to that. Like, we can just tell her and leave the country. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. Yeah, okay, I'd also be abandoning her on top of it, yes, that's true. But then she can't be mad at me. Well, I mean, she can be mad at me, but I won't know about it. But he was murdered last year by Jezzael Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. Oh? So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what I thought, yes. We're back with cinnamon biscuits! Ooh, nice. But also, bad timing. Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Okay, I guess we have successfully avoided Sad Iris for another day. But yes, in this story, it's not going to be another John H. Wilson, is it? I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if the name was just John Wilson, but the fact that they also both have the same middle initial is like, Well, if you'll excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asa Shin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good! And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Oh, who's this gonna be? Because this isn't one of us and probably not Iris. Maybe it's... Jigoku. That's a shit. Of course, it's so obvious. Oh, it's Sholmes. Assassin! Of course, it's so obvious! How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Sholmes! Hurley! Where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Wait. If Sholmes heard all of that, do we now have another vector for Sad Iris? I forgot. Have we told Sholmes already? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. Does he even have a beard? I thought he just has a mustache, right? Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have a beard, Sholmes. A beard goes on the chin. This is a beard. This is a mustache. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this as sent. He's not unshaven. He clearly shaves his chin. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Zato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Oh, Sholmes is sending a telegram to Japan so that he can find out if John H. Wilson is John H. Wilson, right? Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly... Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's why we didn't see you joining us for tea, huh? So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Oh, he was also having tea. Wait, is it... I want to read the note. Stick it in the court record. I must catch up with Father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab straight away. And there was me, thinking everyone would be clamouring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Which I guess is my job. Oh man, I wanted to know what Sholmes was sending. Alright, so we've done that. Let's work our way down and go back to the scene of the crime. 2nd of November, room on Fresno Street. Oop, not move. Examine. There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zeek's defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true. That all these people had a background of dubious dealings. And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about. Why single out Van Zeek's defeats? Because they were trying to make a scapegoat. Oops, I missed the thing I was supposed to be checking. There we go. The photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue in exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. And the transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly. Although, it really didn't seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now that you say it, I have to agree. It's almost as though that was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are very hard to fathom at times. It catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it? It's such a bright colour, it certainly makes an impression. Yes. They can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb. I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London. I suppose that's true. You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo. I wasn't. This revolver, just who does it belong to? Well, we know it's of the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary. But Gregson's own gun was found on his person. But Gregson's own gun was found on his person. And of course, Lord Van Zieks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm starting to think the cold hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all. Then I wish you every success. Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say. Yes, the culprit arranged it so that the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock, and then left. So that a loud bang was heard precisely the moment Lord Van Zieks arrived, yes. If only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. Ah, yes. Yep, picking up guns by mistake. That was the problem for us initially, wasn't it? Yes, I've learnt that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure. Which may not have done you any favours either. I'd never have imagined this little figurine would turn out to be a watch-winding key. I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there is much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realised. He was clearly a brilliant man. It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image. I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines. Indeed. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips? Rather disappointed, if I'm honest. Exactly. I think that looks like everything to recheck over. So I guess we go on to Mr. Vigil's hospital bed. Is it really that much of a staple cuisine? Kinda. I mean, anywhere at the seaside, yes, you're gonna find it easily. And also a lot of places that are nowhere near the sea. The chippy is a very important fast food establishment. Although I have to say I prefer sausage and chips to fish and chips, but still comes from the same place. Although I think I would have the fish if I was by the sea. It seems appropriate somehow. But do they but do they come with fish where you are? I mean, also, it being prevalent in other places, I guess, doesn't stop it being a staple British cuisine. Street cut, is that? Chip shack. Nice. A variety of fried meats. Interesting. Which, I mean, I guess doesn't make it all that different. Anyway. 2nd of November, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget... The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Casimir beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me who helped the professor escape 10 years ago! It wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true! Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. He sounds very distressed. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day, so I could report back to the inspector. Oh. So that means that the trap was to frame Vigil? And it incidentally caught Van Zieks? No, I'm not sure I believe that. Yeah. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Alright, what about the prison escape 10 years ago then? It was at midnight on the 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Berkeley was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. That being, I assume, corpses. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But it was already nailed shut? But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. Ah, yes. So you didn't actually properly do your job? No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, someone dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? The Reaper? I'm afraid I don't really know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from someone working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean, Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really irresponsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Wait. What if Van Zieks' brother was actually the professor, and Genshin figured that out and took him out before he could do any more damage? Like, what if that's it? The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. His will? As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. Oh, was he not allowed paper? What sorts of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really, he was allowed his things? That's unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception that you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him? Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I've no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen if you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Did Kazuma receive that will, and that's why he's here? Is that it? How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared? It was after Asogi's execution. Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "It can't have disappeared completely!" That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? Well, yeah, if Mr. Vigil was the only person to see it, then how did the governor know about it? In what way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh, yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seems as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal. And the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. But what will happen of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offence, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asogi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I've told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered... well... it could be rather troublesome, I think. You think they might kill you for that? I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it's Kazuma. No? It would be Mr. Vigil's governor! Oh, we're off back to see the Scottish bloke. Okay. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Yeah, poor Mr. Vigil. This note just caught my eye before, actually. I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward? A cheerful welcome message, perhaps? Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Well, look at that. You were spot on, Miss Susato. It's full of cheer. I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though. Once I had to have a very painful injection when I felt ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor. Oh dear, what terrible treatment. What else can we look at? There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in the reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Susato. I'm guessing it wasn't so much a cold as probably like flu or something. It's like flu. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Yeah, I thought the peckish combo was a repeat. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. What? I think a cushion is gonna help. Also, tendency. Like he's done it more than once. Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil. I can't help feeling there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Yeah, like bars on the windows. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. I think we can talk to Mr. Vigil again. But first, let's have a look at this. Ah, patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed. I would think so. And until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable, it's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighbouring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared he'd like to take a trip out of the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? Let's check with the doctor later. Oh look, a pair of crutches! Before we came to Britain, I hadn't realised they were used here as well. I imagine they were imported into Japan from Great Britain in the first place. Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival? Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me. Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some? When I was little. I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle. I see. They contain powerful magic, these wooden staffs. The power to heal and the power to harm. I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself. Yeah, don't mess with crutches. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them there? I think this one's a repeat as well. If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I've no doubt that you've managed to unlock that somehow while you're half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Yeah, that was definitely a repeat as well. Then I guess the last thing is Mr. Vigil. Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. I imagine not even his wife would have recognised him. Perhaps. But did he really have to take it quite so far? Alright. A new location has been added, because we are off back to the prison governor's office to talk with the Scottish gentleman, who is suspicious. I mean, everyone is suspicious. 2nd of November, Berkeley Prison, Governor's Office. Ugh, back again, are ya? Yes, hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh, Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't work here anymore, so your case is naught to do with Barclay. Actually, sir, I feel like it has a lot to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Aye, Kimmer, you ken very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too. So, what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. Wait, weren't we supposed to not bring that up? I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Oh, he's not gonna like us asking about that. Did I no say Gregson's death is naught to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not futter about with irrelevant details. His expression's changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Can I examine the room now? I've wanted to do it for so long. An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection. Oh, it's not going to tell me what kind of a rifle it is. Well, I mean... it's not a wheel lock. I'm still guessing flintlock. Ah, there's a story behind every one of those. You mean the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon, and the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when it was arrested? I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo. Not those kind of stories, Jimmy. That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at Muse. Mrs. Caden was Wisnibe best pleased. Huh. And the cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a bobby. The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they? Yes, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. Wait, we're only going to get the story about the axe and this pair of handcuffs? Boo! I suppose these are all former governors of Barclay Prison, are they? Either that or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows. Oh dear, they all have such severe expressions. I really couldn't deny either possibility. Especially the one on the extreme right. His expression goes beyond severe into a whole new territory. That one's me. Yeah, I had a feeling it was gonna be... I'm terribly sorry, sir. Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having a severe expression, I mean. I feel like if it isn't a prerequisite, it's something that happens while you're here. Also, I don't think I'd noticed that the clock with the guillotine doesn't actually have hands. Of course it's not, although it is taken into consideration. A lot. I'd never expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pet. I mean, the beak makes it look more like a toucan. And it also has, like, no room to move. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. Let me out! Didn't kill me! Haha! Has the bird learnt to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells? Ugh, no. He was one of 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time. So what's the name of this one? Right. Let me out! Dinner kill me! Aye, I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Didn't I do it? Didn't I do it? Is his name? Ah. That deer has been staring at me for a while now. It has? The poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back out again now either. Ah, Naruhodo-san, have you not heard of taxidermy? It's giving me a woefully imploring look. It's not real, Mr. Naruhodo, it's stuffed. Susato-san? It being stuffed doesn't stop it having been real. It's still a real deer, it's just a dead deer. What? I mean, yes, of course it is. For a moment I thought it was another assassin sneaking in via the ventilator. I don't like to say, but I think perhaps you need to reread The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. That's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labelled Inmate Register, look. And all of the files are in alphabetical order. That's 50 years worth of records of Barclay's inmates. Whether or no they left alive after serving their term. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded in there, like an epitaph, you might say. A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting. And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. I guess it's time to face the clock. But this grandfather clock is... It's fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down. It's modelled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop. Heads off, you mean? Only if you've got a rather small head. Hands, it could definitely do. Avers, no. Carrots and parsnips and so forth. I don't think I'd want to use it to cut carrots. You'd end up losing bits of carrot inside the grandfather clock. And that would be kinda gross. I could have accepted cigars. Yeah, cigars most likely. Cigars was my first thought as to what that might be used for. food doesn't seem like a good idea. Oh. If you place a large carrot at the bottom here in the morning, by evening it'll have been cut clean in two. That's less effective than I thought. If it takes like an entire day to cut something in two, that's a lot less effective than I expected it to be. You tend to want to cut carrots into more than just two. Well, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then. Yeah, indescribably blunt. Okay, I think I've managed to look around now. Conversation. 10-year-old legacy. That murderer's botched execution, and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. Hey, maybe that's the story about the rifle. Maybe the rifle was the gun that shot Asogi dead in the cemetery. Maybe that's the rifle's story. The coroner confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs. Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you know think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I can't shun all responsibility myself. I should never let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anyone that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. Oh, is she now? No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing without Kimmer. Yeah, take a handcuff or two. Oh, well, it would be rude of me to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic. The pin he has looks like an iron-barred cell door. Oh, yeah. I suppose, if there's anybody who might ken about... nope. I suppose if there's anyone who might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that lass from the forensic division, Mariah Gorey. Mariah Gorey? You mean the one who deliberately concealed the time of death on Gregson's autopsy report? That's Mariah Gorey. Mariah Gorey? Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. Mariah Gorey is Scythe's daughter? That's suspicious that she's now the one in charge of these things. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident am I with all the... Did you mean to put accidents? Or did you mean accents? How confident am I with all the accents in the game? Oh. I'd say I'm most confident on my Cockney, and least confident would have been the Italian, I think. But ranking them in between that, I don't know. But the wee bairns followed in her mum's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Huh. Yeah, I mean, while I'm most confident on the Cockney, I think that's still like a 10. No, it's like an 8 out of 10. Yeah, out of 10, I think an 8. My Irish and Scottish, I feel, aren't too bad. My French, so. The Russian I had to do at one point, I'm not really sure about. Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Mariah Gorey. We could do with talking to her. So she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gorey? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I dinna ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her man work with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. Can I understand it myself? Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mum's stories about cutting up bodies. Oof. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. This is so... Right, that is a sociopath if I ever heard it. Like, that is... That doesn't sound like the best of childhoods. No wonder she's also doing the same thing as her mother. Kinda sounds like it's all she knows. Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gorey herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you no give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you no stay away now? Leave me alone and dinna come back here, eh? Well, I mean, I have another thing to talk to you about, but... How'd you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who's heard of those papers. Well... I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professor's, or rather Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then, after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Avers, no. You're off at half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh? Not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee oik around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Wait, are we going to actually get to see it? Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I can't read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his own land. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi. No doubt about it. Oh, you are covering something up, sir. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the stramata that sliced her of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. The Asogi papers have been entered into the court record. The last will and testament the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh? Yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's... Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of him outside this office. Or rather... wouldn't I just prefer it? Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. Of our government. I understand. Alright, let's read that will. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Well, the fact that it's just in text here means I guess I can't go searching for hidden messages. Maybe there was a hidden message in one of the possessions. Wait. Wasn't one of those possessions the sword? Like, does the sword have a hidden message with it? Alright, I'm just gonna go and take a quick break to get some more water, and I will be back. And I'm back. Yeah, we need to see all of Genshin Asogi's possessions. But I mean, obviously Kazuma has seen those, so we could just ask Kazuma what secret message his father sent back to him. So, we need to go and no. Where's... Oh, we don't have access to going to see that. Ah, we can go see Kazuma-sama. I was thinking we need to go and see Miss Gori, but we don't have a thing for her. So let's go talk to Kazuma. Second of November, Prosecutor's Office. Oh! Look at the little diorama! It's a little diorama of the crime scene with little policeman. Although it's a little bit inaccurate because of the candles. There. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Caesar style whenever he's working. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? Well, I mean, we knew that Van Zieks was drinking a lot of wine. That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It exceeds the amount you pictured him drinking. He doesn't have alcohol in his blood system, he has blood in his alcohol system. Well, we knew he was going... I mean, do remember that Van Zieks was wasting a lot of that wine as well, though. There's a lot of that wine soaked into the entire side of the courtroom that he's on. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learnt a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigaku. And about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ooh, we're gonna learn things, but first I want to look around. There's Lord Van Zeeks' incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Caesar style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeeks when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Yeah. I definitely couldn't sit Caesar style. I can't even sit cross-legged for a long time nowadays without my without losing all feeling in my legs. Don't know how I used to manage it when I was younger. Actually, no. I also used to lose feeling in my legs when I was younger as well. Never mind. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Ooh, burn. Lord Van Zeeks' fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, you must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He is so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So I mean, your legs do go to sleep. Still, no. I guess you just don't notice until you get up. So much. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Let's work our way around and end up on the little thing down the bottom afterwards. Oh yeah, we got the bats. Ah! You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeeks, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I would say. Like, how many times did I compare the man to a vampire? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. I mean, I guess there were doves in Lord Strongheart's office. I mean, rock doves, by which I mean pigeons. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Bats aren't birds, Kazuma. Although bats aren't birds, of course. Nah, he does know Van Zeeks for Castlevania. I mean... I don't think Van Zeeks could be quite as deadly as the vampires in Castlevania. sparrow for you. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. Yeah, he does have the right look, that is true. Casks floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Oh, they go all the way back over there. Where the bats roost. Hallowed barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavour, and region. Oh, so it's not all the same wine then? He hasn't just, like, bought up the entire availability of the wine he likes then. Every week they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Zeeks can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavour, and region don't neatly coincide, that's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. This part is a repeat, I think. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court then. Ooh, that pun. I guess this must be the cask he was in the middle of, maybe? What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Sorry, it's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yes, I realise that. Although I do ask why it's got a little model Gregson that isn't actually in the chalk outline. Like, do you really need the little model Gregson? Oh, yes, I realise that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Yeah, they had a model for the one at the Great Exhibition as well, right? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualise things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. I mean, I can imagine it being quite useful, actually. Alright, so let's talk. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series... That should say series. That should say series. That's a typo. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realise I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yeah, it is nice that they are few and far between. The thing is, I feel like these are the sorts of typos that you wouldn't really notice if you weren't reading them out loud. Like, I feel if you were just reading... If you're just sort of reading along and skimming along, you probably would miss them. which is probably why they made it through. So it's just the sort of thing that if you're actively trying to read it out loud, you're obviously reading a little bit slower. Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain, your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you! Luckily, though, I had two feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. And of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zieks' apprentice, then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Your resemblance to your father? Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Ah. Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? Yeah, did he leave you a message? 16 years ago. Oh, baby Kazuma! When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. I've had a thought. I need to just double check something with that photograph we had. Okay. Cool. Just checking that no one in that photograph looks suspiciously like Kazuma's dad. Just checking. Just in case he did get away, you know. Just on the basis that we haven't seen Judge Shigaku in a while. Just checking. Yeah, well, I mean, its father would have been dressed to travel to Great Britain, right? The same way that Susato's dad and the judge are dressed in Western clothes. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. They lied to him? Ooh. That burns. Yeah, that's true. Susato is quite happy dressing in traditional garb, I guess. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san. Professor Mikotoba lied to Kazuma about how his father died? Rude. Oh my! Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. And you see, this is why we need to tell Iris the truth about her dad. Yeah, the game has a reputation to uphold on how dads die, right? Yes. Because if we don't tell Iris the truth, she'll end up like Kazuma. With a vendetta. Oh. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from some old acquaintance of my father. Is this where the Asogi papers, the true ones, went, maybe? What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh. Okay, not from his dad. No, not a sneaky letter from his dad. Yeah, given how smart Iris is, she would be so much more dangerous than Kazuma. Oh no! As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I wonder if the letter was from Van Zieks. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. Yes, and that's why we need to tell Iris the truth. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the Professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Oh. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama! What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? I mean, Lord Strongheart seems the most likely candidate there. Yes, Barak von Zieks is the real Reaper. What? And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No! He was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Well, I guess we're done here. See you later, Kazuma. Shall we see if we've got anything to do in other places? Work our way from the top again. That would be a no. Because it'll bring up the dates. If there's something to do, I think. Oh, actually, do we have anything to start now? Yeah, that's true. The last time he saw his father, he was a kid, and it was like several years on that. Yeah, I do think he wasn't the professor, but he did say he killed a man. But I believe he only killed one person. That's my belief. And possibly that person was the real professor. Wait, no, not converse. Move again. Move again. Move again. We probably need to show something to Kazuma, don't we? Oh, there wasn't anywhere after this, was there? No. I feel like we need to present something to Kazuma. The Asogi papers? Ah, yes. Let's present him with his father's last will and testament. That might do something. Kazuma, what do you make of this? There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. The courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it. Get the feeling my friend's always going to have an edge over me, isn't he? Okay, maybe not that then. Okay, what am I supposed to be doing? I'm just going to look it up. Because it's probably like one thing I've forgotten to look at or something. Ah, right. Presenting the autopsy report so that he'll let us go and talk to Mariah. It's apparently him. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. I missed your suggestion there. Show him the correct notice board so he can boast about his craftsmanship. I did consider that. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence in the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. You had to go there to get a name? It was on the report, Kazuma. Can you read? If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak to the coroner too. Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery? By Berkeley Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Alright, let's go see Miss Gory then. Oh, after we finish talking to Kazuma. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. Oh, for keeping it safe? No worries. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karama is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karama, is the symbol of the Asugi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Oh. Really? Karama. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. So I have a question. How did the professor's victims die again? And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Yeah, exactly. A note could have been put into Karama, right? No one would have checked. Now I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who've changed. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? I'm not sure. What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. Alright, the forensics laboratory. Time to go speak to a girl in a plague doctor mask. Okay, now this room is full of plushies. Because that doesn't make it more creepy. 2nd of November, Forensics Laboratory. Like, there's a little plushy skeleton, there's a little elephant-looking one. It reminds me of, what is it, Baba? Except I don't think the elephants in that were pink. Although I think the pinkness is coming from the lamp. So you can also see a little ghost and a clown and a couple of cats. Yeah, Baba. Yes, that one. Do you know it? It's just the fact that that looks like an elephant with a crown. It's been a long time since I thought about that. Not since I was quite small. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. Ah, yes, Moomins. I remember Moomins as well. I don't think I watched much Moomins, but I remember it. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris? Do you think we could change the subject? Ugh. What was that? The sharpening of a blade. Oh, I think Mariah knits. I can see knitting needles and multiple balls of wool. Um, oh, and there's also some thread and little thread scissors. Oh, she definitely makes those plushies herself. While sitting in this room. Yeah, definitely makes the plushies herself. Okay, in that case, if the noise is coming from over there where she's sitting in front of all the thread and stuff, that might not actually be the sound of a scalpel being sharpened. It might just be the sound of sewing. If it's a fairly rough fabric, I guess it might make a similar... No, maybe not. I like the little chaise longue the little cat and the doll with the bandages have. It's quite nice. Like, if you just sort of cut away the edges of this room, like, it's just like, oh, a little crafting table. And then you just open it up and you're like, oh, that's not a good place to have a little crafting table. Oh, she's got her gas mask off as well. Well, sorry, plague doctor mask off. It's sitting on the table and by the skeleton. We might get to see her actual face. Uh, Dr. Gory? Oh no, she just has a spare one. What? And she was sharpening something sharp. That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. Yeah, you seem to be unsharpening them by bashing them together now, but... I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly clean edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? No! Oh, yes, please, I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No! No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I still have blood running in my veins. I mean, maybe some other time. Phew. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Actually, I want to look around. Tell me about the plushies. This looks different to before. Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Gory is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work, look. Oh yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all. They're how I practice.
Sorry?
Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy.
Oh, she practices her sewing on dolls so that she can better sew people. Okay.
So I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day.
Ah, right.
I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines. But Mama told me to make something more friendly instead.
That's quite different to what I'd imagined. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. I think this is a repeat. Western cabinet makers really are skilled, aren't they? Oh, no, it's not a repeat because we're talking to Gori here.
It's 10 people.
Pardon?
It's made from the bones of 10 different people, all mixed together.
The cabinet or the skeleton inside? Because one of those is creepier than the other.
Some of my best work.
I was admiring the case, actually. The scary skeleton inside is something I intend to ignore as best I can.
You're strange. I wonder who is the strangest. That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Ah, this one's the repeat from the last time we were in this room, I think.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead.
Oh no, wait, last time we were here we didn't have Miss Susato with us, did we? So it's not quite a repeat, I think. I don't know. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it when you put them side by side that they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply.
Was she here? I don't remember. I don't know.
That's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though.
How young is this girl? It is?
If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt.
Why would you sleep on it?
What? You mean you sleep in here? Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up falling onto the floor. So I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one.
You mean you sleep on it after you've been dissecting people on it? That's worse. Maybe you should just go home. Or like get a camp bed. Or like a futon. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them.
Oh, I remember that from before.
The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose.
Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Oh wait, we looked at that. Accidentally clicking on a thing we already did. Wait. There you go, at the top. Whose large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside of them? Well, yes, the jar in the at the very top left definitely contains a spine. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled imabashi plums we make back home. I mean, they're pickled! They're definitely pickled! And it definitely involves spirits. However.
Yes, let's assume there's something completely innocent like that. Ah, that jar you're looking at up there contains monkey brains. Oh my! The composition is similar to the human brain, so they make for interesting study material. And in the next jar along, we have monkey...
No, no, no! No more monkey anythings! Please.
If you say so. Oh dear. The time when I still thought it was just some pickled imabashi plums seems so long ago already.
Right, I think we're done looking around in here, so I think we can actually talk to her now.
We have actually met before.
I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Backing out of the room! Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear! It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway.
For the time being, you mean until we die? That's a way off. I feel like I'm being looked at as some kind of meal. Like some bird of prey is staring at me and waiting to pounce. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. I mean, I guess not a bird of prey, actually. I guess, a scavenger. So, something that eats dead animals, I guess. Some form of corvid, I suppose. Just staring at me and waiting for me to die. Surely there's some less dramatic way of making her listen. Wait, not the court record. Looks out like an object to experiment on. Yeah. Alright, let's just present her the autopsy report.
Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details.
But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death.
Oh, she has been taken aback by this. TMI, Gory, right? We have a face! She does look like a younger Scythe. Like, her eyes are bigger.
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump.
Then please tell us what happened.
Oh yeah, she does look rather like a porcelain doll, doesn't she? A rather terrifying porcelain doll. So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. Oh, face is gone.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom? Yeah, we need a name.
Mail Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Oh, Strongheart, I knew you were suspicious.
Lord Strongheart came. He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 PM on the 1st of November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Is it because she didn't want to outright lie about it? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother.
Give it here then.
What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written...
What's she written? Tell us.
Indeterminate.
But...
The details of the autopsy report have been updated in the court record. According to the coroner, Dr. Gory, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
You mean to say that Gregson's Fish and Chips is going to give us the lead we need?
What? If the victim liked fried fish, presumably he liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? I guess if you freeze them, maybe.
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction.
I was right, so well, not necessarily freezing them, but just storing them in ice, I guess. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory, or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder, if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow, what might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No! In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Yeah, but you could just put him in like a bucket of ice. The ice could have come from somewhere else. I say a bucket of ice, a bathtub of ice, maybe. Just the Lord Strongheart. Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Berkeley Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor. Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her works, so... Is ice that readily available? Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well. Oh. Can we hear about that, please? What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zieks, the professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on the member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? Also, what was the clue? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The Professor and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. Alright. The Professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Berkeley Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No,
And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was...
Uh-oh!
The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Are we... so... Susato's dad? Wait, a visiting student? Are we going to suggest that the daughters of the 3 people involved in Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy are all in this room right now?
It must have been my father, Eugen Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely Jigoku or Mikotoba, but yeah, I assume that given how close Wilson and Mikotoba were, it was probably them, right? Oh, but then that means that Professor Mikotoba was present for the autopsy that revealed the piece of evidence that caused his friend to get arrested. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Yeah, but what evidence? I want to know what the evidence was.
Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
You know, I really do like that sort of butterfly-shaped bow that's on her clothing at the waistline. It's quite nice. Anyway.
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
What? Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you. Oh, we're gonna look at Van Zieks' autopsy. Is that going in the court record? Let's see. Van Zieks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? It's not going to be there, is it? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zieks. They must be! Perhaps somebody took them away. No, no one's allowed to take documents relating to the Professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone! Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh! Yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying he'd like to see the records. Sholmes, what did you do? No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name. Deep down, I knew that was coming. Wait. Are those files in the locked travel chest in the apartment? The thing that we're not supposed to look at because it contains the manuscripts? Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right. Can it? Iris is as shocked as we are. Iris? Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? Just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. We should not let her go alone. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Iris knows where those records are, doesn't she? Bye for now then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Oh wait, did Iris steal those records? For writing things? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes? Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris! I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection. Alright. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zieks' autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. I feel like we've got like more thing to examine here. Let's have a closer look at this. Then again, let's not. At least not while she's armed. A welcoming soul, if not a bit murdery. I mean, I don't know if I'd class her as murdery so much. It's just like, not entirely understanding of people. Living people. Right. Iris, what are you up to? Okay, she's not here. Iris! Iris! Where did that girl go? Oh. 2nd of November, room on Fresno Street. There's a little chest there. The police are still busily investigating in here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? She's out investigating on her own and practicing what her boss taught her. Maybe we should have explored in Sholmes' thing, I don't know. Well, I imagine she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually... there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? Yeah, that little locked chest right there. We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Yeah, this object right here was not here before. Yeah, where did everyone go? That's true. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh! It appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. Is that a toolbox, perhaps? I don't know. No, it's locked, though. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside, look. TG. So, Tobias Gregson, then. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oi! What do you think you're doing? Ah, Gina's back. That's my trunk, that is, and hands off. I guess it's got a G on it. Gina! Where were you hiding? I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit it out, Otto. Is it fair to say you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me anywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year? Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. You should hear him talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying, well, it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with criminals what got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then, obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so please tell me you nicked it, Gina. I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's how Gina. What did it say then, Gina? So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, a whole long list of them. All details about the bloodshed supposed to have been done in about... Now, let's try that one again. All details about the bloodshed supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognised anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end of that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st of October. Oh, the day before the Inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It weren't like a name I'd ever seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Not an English name, but also not like my name or Suzate's, right? Oh dear, what a pity. Wait up. Wait up. I'm suspicious of the fact that we haven't seen Judge Shigaku. Because we did find that he was in the dark. For something. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... Did you say Shin? Eh? What? Does it mean something? Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Otto?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. You just had a thought, but it couldn't possibly work. Well, fire away.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got my own ways of getting results.
Toby! I've missed him. That was his name, right? Or am I like completely misremembering what his name was?
When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down.
You think Jigoku could be involved with the Reaper organization? Maybe.
Oh, little Toby!
Yes, I remembered. Ooh, he's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then? Look at his little tail going. Aww.
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though, police business innit? Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here.
Right. Because he looks oh so hellish, honest. He's a good little hellhound.
Toby is.
Gina, about your hellhound there.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is.
Chief Inspector Toby.
In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least.
It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? The hairpiece! The hairpiece, the hairpiece, the hairpiece.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Sniffing noises. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? What was that? Ah! Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Look what he's gone to!
Oh my, that trunk clearly has a very strong scent.
Of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Oh, alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it too. If it wasn't for that meddling dog.
You always talk so proudly of Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us?
Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it? That's enough now then, Gina.
Eh?
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk.
It weren't like that. It just weren't.
What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but it ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich, not to a bag of chips.
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Ah, that sandwich. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had it hidden between them wooden boards of his. The boss's trunk. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly! He nabbed it from the scene.
Goodness.
Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? He thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... but that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less. Would you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog. So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then.
How could they?
So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well... maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. And maybe we should investigate that trunk if it was at the scene of the crime. Let us investigate it.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you?
What are you on about? I am the police. Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it.
Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Gregson's trunk has been entered into the court record. Inspector Gregson's metal travelling trunk that was removed from the scene, but subsequently recovered by Gina. Growling Toby noises. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful, it must be the trunk.
Whoa! Toby, oi, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. I'm less worried about the licking and I'm more worried about biting.
Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly hail a carriage!
Oof. Are we going to end up at hospital? Oh no. Just at home. 2nd of November, 4:57 PM. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright?
Miss Susato. Ah, conscience again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. Oh, I guess we banged our head on the floor. Maybe that was the problem. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier? Most unseemly.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready, then. How much more is there of this part? Okay, taking a little look at the guide, it seems there's going to be a fair bit more to this after this. So I don't think I can make it through it today. So it's gonna have to wait, I think. I think we should call it here. You think it can't be that much longer? I mean, I guess... no. Yeah, it looks like quite a bit. So... I kind of wanted to finish this today. This case. You know what? I do want to finish this case today because I've got a lot of very busy weekends coming up. So actually, I think I am gonna push on. I'm gonna push on, but I need more water first. I am gonna push on. I will.
Alright, I'm back. Let's go. Alright, I guess we just talk to Sholmes then. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Oh wait, the professor was the one with the dog? The professor was the hound of the basketballs? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. Oof, that's a way to go. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage quite splendidly. Right. Well, I guess we go downstairs to go have tea then. Second of November, Sholmes' Suite.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot brodelnd wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Herr mit
What's with the German song?
Acker ich befahl, hat wie ein Diamant den Zahn entzwei, es brach, o über deine
And why is Professor Mikotova here?
Herr dem
Unconscious, holding a teacup, wearing a mask.
den ersten
And why is there a broken vase?
alle Seiten
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Oh no! Oh no! She's found out the truth from Professor Mikotova, hasn't she? She's mad at us. She's mad at us for not telling us about her dad. That's gotta be what's going on here. Who is that sprawling? I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there. Iris, is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you while you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. Wait, is he the one singing in German? I assumed that was a recording on the gramophone behind him. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl, a rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... This is what I meant by it looks like there's a lot to cover in this next bit. It's a whole ass deduction. The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other
It's a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Musicland, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray do enjoy Sherlock Sholmes' latest Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Yes, we'll have a correction today. Topic 1. Man's identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. Actually, he's Japanese. I know exactly who he is. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. He's Japanese and he's unconscious. So why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of the mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. That is Kazuma's mask because it's been sitting here in the suite. It was here earlier. And yeah, she definitely drugged his tea to find out what he knew about her dad. Because she obviously heard what Suzette said about the assistant probably being her dad, put 2 and 2 together, and realised what was almost said before, I guess. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavour has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavour myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. Ah, love letters, you mean? In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Well, your memory is not great. There can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. Yeah, didn't we encounter, like, his kid last case? Yes, the balloon boy, exactly. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? I would not agree, I know exactly who that man is. So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Conclusion, the King of Germany. Topic 2. Girl's silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You are attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favourite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favourite coffee cup? It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favourite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I've just realised that, this pose here from Sholmes is just like the head mages. So I think I was leaning into the voice I use for the head mage a bit. Because they both sort of do that. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. To hide the coffee cup. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes's great deduction of this painful puzzle. They are both utter buffoons at times, that's true. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Miss Susato, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah! And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, he might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Ah. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Ah, not Germany, Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's in our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes was willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favourite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when being asked to desist. So why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. It's not the herbal tea. So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. And if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah! So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Yeah, over there. Wait, this... It's a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machines singing? That can't be right. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too. It's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer. The gramophone.
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song while making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. The music seems to have stopped now. It reached the end of the record, did it? I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the city? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. That mask belongs to Kazuma. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia. It seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz? The boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me. Or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. because we can identify the true owner of this mask. Where is he? Ah, there he is. I was looking for the headband, but he doesn't wear it anymore.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on his metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. Just take the mask off. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! I'm afraid, Mr. Zato, you must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying? Yujin Mikotoba. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. So that's a £5 note just poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. Hey no, I'm not even sure we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. The chest. It's the chest. It's got to be the chest. It's open. This metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. That's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street. It's the chest. It's definitely the chest. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection there is something different about the chest's appearance. Yeah, the cloth that was on top of it is on top of Professor Mikotoba as well. It is kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! And now we know why the professor is unconscious. Let's go over those lines. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Hurley! He's dead. Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Ha, so you found your voice now, Iris. Ah. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that your chest punched out Suzato's dad. This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before? Miss Susato. Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. Yes, the thing in her backpack that definitely isn't, money. For some reason, this knapsack is really standing out as suspicious to me today. Oh, is it? It's quite sizable enough for a sizable secret, that's what I say. I mean, it's got the autopsy report, doesn't it? Perhaps it is, but we certainly can't open it up to look inside without Iris's permission. Oh, you're right. Who knows what might pop out and punch us? But anyway, I think it's that. Oh, it's not the knapsack. Okay. Clearly, the reason you've said nothing at all this time, Iris, is something to do with what's in your knapsack. It's a sizable bag for a sizable secret. My dear fellow, you would appear to be rather caught up in that idea. Miss Susato, what are you... Well, you've been left alone on the dance floor, as you say, so I'm trying to fill Mr. Sholmes' shoes. Well, it's, very refreshing. Oh, but of course, I nearly forgot. You don't need to imitate every move, you know. Okay, so not the knapsack. How wonderful to hear Iris's voice again. It's just a shame it took Mr. Sholmes being thrown across the room to make it happen. Oh, that gives me an idea. If we threw you across the room as well, she might talk some more. Iris made a sudden movement just before she spoke that's playing on my mind. I think we'd better have another good look around while trying not to be too rude by staring at her. Yes, do try to be sensitive, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, not the knapsack then. Skirt? Iris always dresses in these frilly clothes, doesn't she? I've always thought this skirt is rather delightful. It's pretty sizable with all those frills, sizable enough for a sizable secret. You seem to be rather fond of that idea, but you certainly can't go investigating further. Does it look like that's what I was thinking? I mean, you can hide a lot of stuff under a skirt. Oh, wait, there we go. The key. That That's a key she's holding, look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It appeared as if by magic. That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? Right, it's the key. It's definitely the key. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown in the air before? Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. Oh, she had the key in her mouth to conceal it, huh? That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Bruno. So now it becomes clear, thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikitova also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air and land sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Well, the scarf was the tablecloth, and the mask was also on the chest. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikitova opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended where it was caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the Great Detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less? So I guess having the key disables the punching mechanism. Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo! Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, if you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Aha! She is, from the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever great secret it is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. Not a coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikitova opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. Do-do-do-do-do. Knapsack. Not the knapsack! If Iris was attempting to sneak away with something else, then she must be hiding it somewhere. And as far as I can tell, there's really nowhere she can conceal anything but in that bag. Perhaps you'll allow me to offer an opinion here. As far as I can tell, much like that bag, your deduction doesn't hold water, my dear fellow. I wasn't suggesting she was trying to make off with a bag full of water. Indeed, that would be madness. Okay, it's not the knapsack. Fine. We were very nearly taken in completely by Iris then, weren't we? It's rather charming that you could be deceived by a 10-year-old girl, I think. I don't think it was only me. No, you're right. I think what Iris is hiding must be extremely important somehow, don't you? Yes. We're so close now, this great deduction is within our grasp, I'm sure. Do I need to aim specifically at the papers? Oh, maybe we need to look at the knapsack first. Surely this time at last the knapsack is going to be the answer. I'm really not sure why you're so intent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events. Because it's a sizable bag, big enough for a sizable... Big enough to carry things around, Mr. Naruhodo, that's what bags are for. So the knapsack might never see the limelight, you mean? I really wouldn't like to say. Oh wait, can we get underneath the... There we go. There's the case file I wanted. Oh look, there seems to be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray? The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have... We must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document. Right. We found it. You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no! We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks. Yes. I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? So she stole it when she was 8. You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me. To hide the case file. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. We did get sad, Iris, that's true. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is... Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Oh no. Oh no. Was Iris's dad the professor? Is that why he got killed by Assassin?
not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
The writing?
Your father's writing? What do you really mean?
Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course, I'll help you carry him up.
So will I.
Welcome back, Haunter. The game's going okay. I think we're close to learning something very important. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they've solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right! Hurley told me, you see? He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. Except maybe, maybe Miss Gory. But there was one thing I could never find out. Daddy's name. Ah. His name wasn't on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Yeah, Gory is older, but I mean, Gory following in her mother's footsteps, I meant there's a similarity. Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes? Exactly. Well, I mean, for all we know, Miss Gory might have also graduated early. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there. So you decided to steal it.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
Sholmes, why didn't you tell this poor girl her dad's name? I see.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. That's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided then and there that I'd write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I was also apparently right about where it was. I must apologize, Iris. And it's probably Sholmes. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault.
Hurley.
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Corey and apologize, I promise.
Actually, I'd like to see it, please. Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there.
Clint's autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Yes. Show me that. Wait, let's finish. No, show me it. I need it. Victim Clint Van Zeeks, male, age 33, nationality British, time of death 31st of May between 9 PM and midnight. Observations: death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Additional notes: recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no documenting corresponding ink was found. Oh. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly from the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. John H. Wilson. But didn't the professor kill with a dog? Yeah, I do believe that that Genshin Asogi killed Clint Van Zeeks, but I don't think he was the professor. Oh, also Gregson's trunk. We need to look at this. Let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Yeah, what if Asogi killed the professor? I said that earlier, didn't I? I said that earlier. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Yeah, he was about to go to Paris. Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh! What is it? It was for travel on the 31st of October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? The passport has been entered into the court record. A passport document that was in Inspector Gregson's possession. It was issued for travel to France the day before his body was discovered. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Well, there's no saying he actually made it to France, is there? Passport. Tobias Gregson. Passport number ACD0522. Date of departure within 1 week from 31st of October. Destination, Port of Dunkirk, France. Purpose of travel, police business. Notes, permission for the applicant and 1 additional person to travel. Who is he taking? Anyway. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Oh. Wait. Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing, it's my father's. Oh. Well. Well. What? Professor Mikotoba's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. Well, that means that Mikotoba was Sholmes's assistant. And not Wilson. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Does this mean that Iris is related to Susato? Or has Iris just come from... we have no idea where? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain! So this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? But that makes no sense, it's not possible, surely! Not possible, my dear fellow! Pray take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago, is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. Oh, what you mean is he wrote the report and then Wilson signed it. Wilson just left the actual report writing to his aide, I guess. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. It's signed by Dr. John H. Wilson, who carried out the procedure, though Professor Mikotoba actually penned the report. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about the supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madame, absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your ill cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would only be one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. Which would explain why Susato's dad was interested in reading the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You've finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba! Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear, I'm still my old self, Eugene Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity and as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me again. Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? I mean, he was wearing a mask when he was sprawled out on the couch. 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. I'd just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, the most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' favourite partner. Father? Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you are the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. Iris? And that is... You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course, I'd almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Right, who's Iris's dad? Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. You lied to her, did you? But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. No, it just means that Sholmes is a liar. Upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You've finally grasped the art of deduction. What? What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care while you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that, but all this about Iris... Ooh, there it is! Susato-san's ice-cold stare. No, now, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice-cold to red-hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man! That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes? When did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madame, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you, completely. Susato. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Da-dum-dum. End. Legendary path awarded. Save my current progress? Yes, I will. Yeah, you see, I was wondering, you see, when the times I checked the guide, why there wasn't another trial section after this investigation. But that's because it looks like this case goes over 2 chapters. And so the next time we come to this to this game, we will be entering the final chapter, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Unfortunately, that's not going to be for a while because I've got a bunch of busy weekends coming up, so it'll be a while before we get to that. But at least we've left on an appropriate note. So over already. I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours, Haunter. Yeah, we are in the end game now. This is true. One last chapter, but the same case. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. It's been fun. If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel, or you can also follow me on Twitter, where I post the stream schedule for the week. This was the last scheduled stream of the week, so there'll be a new schedule up up later or tomorrow. The next scheduled stream will be tomorrow at 7 PM, and I'm feeling some Guild Wars 2, I think. So, appropriate, you left us on a cliffhanger. Yeah, I know. Cliffhangers are great though, aren't they? A cliffhanger would have been better than in the middle of the chapter though, you know? Yes, I hope to see you in the next stream or at a later point. Once again, thanks for coming. This is Kalla, signing out. See ya! Bye bye!